Welcome to more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Thank you, Panda.
Val, time to have some water.
Thank you,
Stop
4G.
slouching.
We're in luck. I still have some leftover to melt, but the... Oh, no!
And
The cheese! What happened to the stinky cheese? You ate all the cheese?
yeah, let's go.
No!
See, this is why I don't give you more toys. You're throwing stuff, you're waking up Grab, and you're stealing my glasses all within like 10 seconds. This is why you don't get more toys. And head pats too. Just do every interaction. Maybe I should just make them horrendously more expensive. Because I know a lot of you have so much cheese you don't know what to do with it. But anyway, welcome back. We are currently in an unknown location. Because last time we left off, we were jumping down a hatch to a secret 51st floor. Which apparently exists, and nobody found out, despite how obvious it was that it was there. Right, so how you doing? Tell me about your day. I'd love to hear it. I'll get down to voice and stuff, and I'll take breaks to chat every now and then. As is normal, I've been doing this for a while.
Oh, it's dark as a grave down here. I can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face.
And what's your step, Ema? I'm still calling her Ema. And shush.
Ah, I hit my head on something.
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah, there's got to be a light switch here somewhere. Yeah, bingo. This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. Hang on. There's stuff from prior cases in here. This is weird. Alright. We'll need to take a careful look over all these items. Big building pamphlet data updated.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth. You promised me an explanation or free.
I did indeed. Where do we even start? You woke up at 5 PM and feel like shit. I woke up at 9 AM and also felt like shit. I may have hurt my back with the several hours straight of cleaning I was doing yesterday on my day off. I spent a good while scrubbing the shower, getting that all clean, and I think I hurt my back a little bit. But I was very busy. I had to do something to keep myself occupied because I was stressed, and I was doing my best to turn that negative energy into something useful as like an outlet for it, or like a healthy outlet for it. So I was angry cleaning for several hours straight. I'm all right. I'm all right when I'm sat down. Just don't ask me to bend over. At least until after stream. I did indeed. Oh no, I read that.
Oh, what's been happening, huh? What a case.
It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Ema.
It seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
I'm not an attorney, or a prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Sky. Before she got her snaku obsession in the Apollo trilogy. Whatever you ate that you shouldn't have has not shut up about whatever disagreement it had. Oh dear. I hope it passes soon. You could go for some soup. What kind of soup? Chicken soup? Tomato soup? Some kind of beef broth? I don't know. No, he handed in his badge, liars. Like, he got so freaking fed up with them threatening him and with them seemingly trying to obscure the truth with their own shady methods. He's like, you know what, screw you guys. I'm handing in my badge. I'm gonna go find the truth by myself. Fuck all y'all. I'm out. Basically. I mean, I'm really half expecting most of them to be like in on some kind of corruption. Because we know from the Apollo trilogy that Edgeworth ended up as head prosecutor. But we in the West never found out how that happened. Because Investigations 2 only got localized this bloody year. Even if it has some spelling errors, but you know, better than nothing. Currently eating soup. Need more vitamins. Well, I hope that goes well and helps you improve. Hey Lily, good to see you.
And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work. Want to know where that elevator goes?
Looks like it goes down. It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first.
Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
Thank you, Kay. Ema?
Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey Gwen, good to see you. Very well, then let's begin. It goes down. Yeah, similar to me. Not this early, Iggy. Not this early into the stream. Behave. Right. I just realised I'm back to using a mouse. I think I was playing this with controller last time. Is my controller even connected? No, it's not. Wonderful. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Oh god, what did I say about bending over? Ow. My Xbox is beneath me. I had my Xbox One controller plugged in to my Xbox One. Pre-owned Xbox One. The Xbox One I bought exclusively to play 360 games. Let me just get this plugged in. There we go. Right, is it gonna automatically... Oh, yeah, wonderful. Oh, ouchie. But yeah, I was playing Blue Dragon. I was playing Blue Dragon, the old 360 RPG on my Xbox One. Because it has full backwards compatibility, as far as I'm aware. And it just runs the games better. So I was like, yeah, alright. Get a cheap second-hand Xbox One just to play 360 games at higher frame rates.
It's kind of creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark.
Staring down eternity. Yeah. If you're not familiar with Blue Dragon, it's a JRPG, kind of similar to Dragon Quest, I suppose, with art by Akira Toriyama, where you play as this group of teenagers who basically get shadow stands. Like, the main character has a dragon that comes out of his shadow, and his 2 friends have like a phoenix and a minotaur. It's cool if it's a bit childish in its presentation at times. It's got those kind of JRPG cutscenes that would make you embarrassed if someone was watching you play it. Like, oh god, when is this soon going to end? Why are they all just dancing and singing? But it has a lot of poop jokes too, yes. It has some unique boss music. Are any of you familiar with Ian Gillan? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his name right. They got the singer for Deep Purple to sing their boss music. And I'm going to share... I'm probably not going to stream this game. Let me just bring the volume down for Ace Attorney real quick. I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm just going to mute it. I'm just going to mute it real quick. I'll give you the... Hang on, let me just load up YouTube. Blue Dragon fight music. Yeah, just the general battle theme. You know, that's pretty standard JRPG fare for battle music, right? You get your random battle, well, it's not really random, you see enemies on the field. But, you know. It's music by Nobuo Uematsu. I'm probably saying his name wrong, too. He's the guy who did a lot of Final Fantasy music. So yeah, it's pretty standard fare. And then you get to the first boss. Then you get to the first boss. And it sounds like this. So yeah, that's the boss music. Every boss. Fully voiced, like, vocal track, singer from Deep Purple screaming about eternity. It's a trip, I'll tell you that much. Actually, I actually don't know if I can play more than that, or the VOD will get like freaking, hey, you can't play this music because it's got this in it, even though it's from a video game, and that's usually, not always, it's definitely not a green light of any kind. Sometimes fine. Right, let's get Ace Attorney music back. But yeah, I've been having a time with Blue Dragon. I don't think it's a very streamable game.
Valerie,
unless 90% of the time is spent just chatting.
Stop slouching.
Because it's not the fastest JRPG around. And JRPGs aren't particularly known for being fast to begin with. But it's like, I'm switching classes between the characters, I'm getting them leveled up, getting everyone to be a level 8 Black Mage so they can get a regenerating MP ability to take into other classes because it's just busted. But yeah, I could nerd out about that, but we're supposed to be playing Ace Attorney today. Let me have a drink real quick. Thank you. You forgot about the stream? I swear, I take one day off, everyone forgets I exist. Menus are the real video games. It's not even like mostly menus. The fights are a bit slow. It's a true turn-based game. It's not like an active time battle system like a lot of Final Fantasies. Not including 10. 10 was proper turn-based. And you get to like charge up you get to choose, like you got to make a couple tactical choices. When you choose a spell, you can charge up the spell. It takes longer to cast, but it'll have a greater area of effect or more damage. You're sad about not having a stream yesterday? I'm sorry. The landlord for this place that I do not legally live in came to visit to do some repairs. Like 20 minutes before I went live, or was supposed to go live. So I had a bit of an awkward interaction, and the washing machine door got fixed, and off he went. And at that time, it was like 5 on the dot, and I'm like, the vibes are off. I think I'll just take my day off. I'll just take a day off, and I'll just spend a few hours cleaning angrily to vent some energy. Anyone EP? I feel like the millennial experience is just constant EP. Subletting? Alice and her friend, who is her housemate here, those two are the legal tenants. I am not a legal tenant here. I am not, like, protected by any laws or anything, so if he did ask me to leave, there'd be nothing I could do about it. So that suck. But thankfully that topic was avoided. No, I'm not on anything. I don't legally live here. I am legally, technically, and legally homeless. I have been since September. Not a fan of horror movies, I take it?
No way! That stuff's so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying. Thank you for head pat. Well, that's the Steel Samurai. It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai.
Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just gone up in my estimation, Ema. Edgeworth, also a Steel Samurai fan. Can I just examine the fact that there's a missing one?
Yep.
There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a Steel Samurai. What an impressively authentic likeness it is, too.
The scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. A lack of consistency, you know?
In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow? I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook right in the middle.
Is somebody using that one, perhaps? The fact that a mask is... There's even some blue badges down here. Alright. There's apparently something to deduce there. I'll have to try and remember that. These are...
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
Thank you for head pat. If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here? Yeah, I think the bull was from the president's plane. Can't remember much else, though.
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
Can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When a case is ongoing, yes. But once the last trial is finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
Evidence is stored in the balls, true. And boy, do I have a lot of evidence. There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them. Ah! Ow. Deserved, I know.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves... God damn it. Price tags. I guess these are prices.
Prices? I would never have guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. Someone in the prosecutor's office, in a high-ranking position and possibly on the committee, is selling evidence?
That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed. And look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you? This isn't in yen. This is in dollars. This is, I'm pretty sure translated numbers. Because if it is in yen, then yeah, that's nothing. But they're commenting on how high these prices are. So I think we are to assume that it is dollars. Because like 6,000 yen is like... what? Between $40 bucks? I think. Because, like, you take 2 zeros off, and then you reduce it by, like, a third, and that's roughly the amount, unless the exchange rate has changed drastically since I last figured that out.
You know what? I think you might be right, but, drawing a blank trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't I have a piece of evidence that might well be connected? Do I? It's been a week. What evidence do I have? Jamming Ninja Mask face down? That's really the only thing. Eureka! Urethra! Look closely at the scene in front of us, Ema.
Oh, have you made a discovery? A scientific breakthrough, maybe?
I may have. Look at this piece of evidence. Do you see the connection?
No, actually.
Wait, no? But it's got a star shape on it. Oh, it means the candle hold. That's a 4-sided star. That is not... Yeah, okay, no, my bad. Yeah, wrong star.
Oopsie poopsie, etc., etc.
But mistakes happen, okay? The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from. I should probably deduce the German ninja mask with the, you know, the wall of masks. I feel like that would make more sense. Mystics happen as well.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom. Kay was carrying a Jamin ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why?
Did she come here to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. This statue.
Oh, what is it? You got some new data for me?
Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were 2 of them. A real one and a fake. Yeah, I think this was in the first Investigations game. On another crime that took place on a plane. It is never too early to jump to conclusions. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
An old case, huh? Guess you've worked on a bunch of different... Huh? Gotcha!
Oh, we've not seen you in a while.
Caught in the act. Red dang handed. Guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. Yeah. My eyes. Stop that at once. Ain't no stopping my snapping. Until I got every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals.
Yeah, that's the music. Gosh, not heard this theme in a while.
Yeah, sure, pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials.
Thank you for head pat. Hello, introvert. No, it's you.
Huh? You're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't you?
Who are you calling a low-down dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart. A photojournalist by trade. We've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one.
Because I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I want from you is a couple of pictures. We're just here to investigate. Sure you are. If by investigate you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mile-wide eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me.
It didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. Okay. Yo, money? Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way! These are all $100 bills! That's a fortune right there. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, Ema. I don't even want to think about it.
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here?
Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow?
Don't be ridiculous! As if I'd ever make such a mistake.
Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. A mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot.
Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender?
Hey, I can try. No, but seriously,
Hey, Val,
I'm
take
as
a
keen to
break.
help Kay out as
Some
you
water.
are. And she's safe with me.
Stop slouching.
Thank you, Forgy. Broke the tracking there.
You go do your thing.
It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
Oh, this is some sturdy construction. Thick floor plate, sturdy supports. In a rough estimate, I could say it could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth.
Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough.
You say that, but pack yourselves in tight enough and I think you might just do it.
I really don't think so. And anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. You can theorize about the elevator once we're done.
Maybe you're right. Fine. 45, Mr. Edgeworth's 48 tops. You said this statue is a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
What?
The Alfred statue.
It says here that it's called the Aleph Red statue. Aleph Red, Alfred, Aleph Red.
What are you muttering about?
Oh, nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we?
Edgeworth forgot its actual name.
Oh, that's one heck of a desk. Wonder who it belonged to.
There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop in the centre. It's hideously cringy. Doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around. You'd know about camp things, would you, Edgeworth?
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No. Can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste. At least I don't think there was.
Bunch of trophies and... Oh, look! Somebody's left a walkie-talkie here.
It looks to me like it was put there deliberately. Rather like it's on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are batteries in here too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterward.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief.
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away.
Oh, yeah, sure. I guess you could look at it that way too. Keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right?
Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see.
So, what are y'all doing snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow?
I think it's us who should be asking you that.
Me? I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've gotten it out of your system. Don't believe there's any more to be found here. Okay. Same here? Oh no, there's more here. Okay.
Oh, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy.
That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. He should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here?
But look, he's missing his left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least, not as far as we ever saw.
Defective merchandise, huh? Now we need to contact the manufacturer. Might demand a recall.
Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with?
So this storeroom's actually more of a stock room?
It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases?
And who to? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
Wow. They really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating.
Yo, is that a DS? That looks like a DS. Like it's got the hinges in the right spots.
That's a cute little doll. That's kind of like Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under, more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless, a certain tragic refinement.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you even listening to me?
Of course. It's a small bottle, one I've seen before.
Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add?
I mean, the bottom screen is a touch screen. You could put a keyboard on that, and a lot of games did. Well, no. What more did you want me to say?
Hold up, I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations.
Ugh. Next time, try taking those kind of notes in silence. A bottle of ink and a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine.
But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here?
It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. But perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence.
Seriously? A coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out your mouth.
I must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too?
Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while.
Can't examine the safe. Or the blue badger. What's this mannequin?
Mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. Never seen it before in my life. Doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here? Alright, that's examined, that's examined. So, what am I missing, or can we talk to you now? What are you doing snooping around? Yep, nope, that's the same dialogue. Alright. Maybe it's logic? Price tags, lots of money? Blah. Thank you for head pats yet again, Abby. I appreciate. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
A shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. Has to be, right?
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
Only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, Now I talk to you. Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you. I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for little old me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people?
If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom. Hey, bud.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense.
And yeah, I can't read what's under her glasses. It just looks like random numbers and letters, and they're also mirrored because glasses. Pretty much this. Yeah, it writes one line, and then the line above it just merges into that. I don't think it's really... Oh no, it's saying... It might be saying objection? But you can't quite see it all. But it's like kind of jumbled as well. But no, is it a 031J? O, an O or a 0, and then 1 or I? I don't know, maybe. Or maybe I'm reaching.
How'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. You know, one of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction.
What? So all the items here?
It was sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had to come see for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees, or so I thought at first. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue and sold in the weight. Bidding started late at night and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Looks like... this game was originally on the DS, though. And there are a lot of times when characters will be using the a system or very similar system to what the game is for. Not just for Nintendo either.
30 deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room? No, but it has a touch screen, and you can put a keyboard on a touch screen.
sure, there was regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular, exactly?
Well, the evidence was the big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. I bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart?
The DS has always had a touch screen. The lower screen of a DS was always a touch screen, Dice. It comes with a stylus. Are you okay? Did you never have a DS? Yeah, that's literally like its main selling point. Yes, and it stands for dual screen. You did? That just makes it weirder. Did you never have any games that used the touchscreen? Because, like, you know, you got some classics on there. Like Nintendogs, you get to pet the dog by touching the stylus to the screen. Trauma Center, you'd be performing surgeries with the stylus as, like, the scalpel. Nothing? Even brain training, when you'd have to like write on the screen to like give your answers and stuff. Golf lawyer.
Valerie.
And hydrate.
Stop slouching.
Yes, train braining. Clearly I'm in need of some. And the 3DS and 2DS after also had touchscreens, yes, because they were backwards compatible with DS games.
Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then?
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. Threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. It's so you couldn't see their real faces, and you couldn't hear their real voices. It's surreptitious as all heck.
You mean surreptitious, not surreptitious.
I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude.
Also not a word.
Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one.
I feel like the mask may have come from her attacker, because we never saw their face.
Masks back on the hook, up the ladder and away. Oh, that's a serious operation.
And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. I counted them when they came down their ladder.
11 of them. Okay.
I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know.
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning?
Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot there in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they was all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
No, they sent it back up. But there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Yeah, alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them?
You think that's why she won't give us an answer? That makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman or a kid or an old-timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure. White jacket, white gloves, magenta flower on the lapel. Them three things is what I remember.
Pink flower. Where's the victim? You were the victim. We found you in a white suit, and you had a flower torn off of your lapel. So, You reckon Rosie Ringer could have been the ringleader of this smuggling ring? Or is it a red herring? Is she giving us all a little ring around the rosy? It could be all of the above, Mystic. Puns don't have to be, like, singular in their depth. Hence all the different ringing things I just did then.
Better than to show up here without cupcakes. All right, you're okay this time, but watch your legs.
What good's a description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else? Yes, sirree. Voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks. Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervan.
Zervan? What kind of a name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, you've never heard of Zervan? Zervan? He's global hero Onyankapon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervan the Time Lord?
The what? I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all?
Nah, dang well couldn't. Didn't, which kinda scotches my scope. Sniffle. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I never should have come.
We know somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. I guess I'll show you the coroner's findings? You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they was dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was.
Is this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But wait, so the big cheese is dead?
Big cheese. All we know is that she is the victim in the case we're investigating.
Her name was Rosie Ringer. You know her? Nope. Cheese. So the ringleader was a lady? Huh, ain't that just slippier than a dang deal? Throw me off with a man's jacket like that.
Hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely, that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
Somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? And that's what was happening.
When what was happening?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. Y'all just go about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot. I told y'all, it's nothing. and you won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more?
How many damn times do I gotta tell you? It ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either way. Well, you can tell us just a little more, pretty please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game's played. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Stupid sexy Flanders.
Tell you more? Heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cockamamie thank you's that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel, you go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to. Okay, I guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us.
Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Ema. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily. That doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. I'm going to take you into my mind palace now. Let's start by observing our opponent.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead wherever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down.
I am calm, dang you. Leastways I will be just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. He was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own, in fact. First, we observe our opponent. Next, we take this hammer.
Oh yeah? But she spoke like me, huh? I guess that could have been someone I know.
Don't think it was your sister. Apprentice? Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I'd closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she
Time to have
called
some water.
the Chief.
Stop slouching.
Thank you for the drink. Chug some orange juice. I'm doing awful for my sponsor today. I'm not having my sponsored Rogue Chill drink because my shake is in the wash. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
So y'all met Tabby, huh? Oh, well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid. Reckon... wait, oh no, you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. Oh, you nearly had me, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Well, I've done that, so now I do this. Oh god, I've used half my time already. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Don't jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you neither.
Time to deploy my clue. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah, well, I guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you know her pretty good. I wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind.
Good. Then you'll tell us what you know?
Fine. See, it's like this. Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lolly, you can't let him bamboozle you that easy.
What was that about a school?
Oh, forget it. It was nothing.
You were on your way to school. How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is.
Yep. Alright, I got me a scoop. A big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it, y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. Mistake. Behave. We have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. There's my health back. Oh, time back. Thank you for dropping an anvil on my head. You know, I could have sworn the loot counter was higher than that. Well, I mean, 1,659, that's still pretty up there, isn't it? She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction?
You know what? I clean forget.
But you try to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing.
If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, that's, it was nothing really, just little noises all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Might be it did, might be it didn't.
Which is it? This is important.
Alright, you don't gotta holler at me like that. You ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting.
I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact I handed in my badge, shall we?
Still, it don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folk out there that have done way worse. Murder for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing.
You killed someone? From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide.
No, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder.
Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career.
Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction, I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor.
Yeah, but you did hear something, didn't you? You told me you heard something during the auction. You know, test if Switch cartridges still taste bad. They do, by the way. They all do. Every time I get a new Switch game, it's basically a running joke with Alice. It's like, oh, I wonder if they still taste bad, lick. And then I immediately regret it, but it's funny. Every time Alice gets a new Switch game. Oh, do they still taste bad? It is funny, yes. I think I'm actually building up a bit of a resistance to the bittering agent they put in the plastic. It is science. It's science. You get it. You get it. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
Yeah, how do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise.
In the wise words of Adam Savage, the difference between messing around and science is writing it down. Okay, can I just say though, I love Adam Savage. I watch his YouTube channel, Tested, quite a lot. He's got such an infectious personality, it's great. Do I write it down? I do have various notes on my desktop, yes.
Uzi? Hello, Uzi. And friends. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Not a good clip.
Isn't it?
This is a clip that's calling me out.
Oh
I don't
god,
like
it's a
this.
clip of a clip of a clip.
I don't like this.
Oh god, what if this gets clipped?
Nope, nope, nope. Everybody look away. Everybody
Okay,
look away.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
It's fake news.
We
It's fake
wouldn't-
news.
We wouldn't want a bad clip
It's fake.
of our clipped clips, would we? Oh gosh, welcome everyone. I'm Iggy Maid. I'm a big gay lizard maid streamer. Sometimes in a maid dress, you know, hence the name. But viewers have decided goth for now. And we're currently enjoying Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which finally got localized, even if it has some funny spelling mistakes. We have decided bikini. Oh, okay. Well, if you're new here, we have a raid trailer, so if you get on with the vibes, feel free to drop a follow. I'd appreciate it. I'm a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty. Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth.
I love weenies.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay. Yeah! Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die! See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah! So you can't get me now. Right? Whoa! No! Hello! Grab smash! Whoa! He knocked his whole body off!
Consider yourself pregnated. Ngwa.
Welcome back. Clip Matrix, of course it got clipped. Now we have a clip of a clip of a clip of a clip. I think that's enough layers, right? What are my pronouns? All of them, including yours. They're mine now. I'm taking all of your pronouns. I'm holding them hostage for the price of one Twitch sub. If you want your pronouns back safe, you better be subbed to the channel. Nah, they're mine now, sorry. You are subbed? Well, shit. Gosh, hecky. Oh, Lily, thank you for continuing your sub that was gifted to you, or that you used Prime for. Thank you, Mel. Thank you very much as well.
Pronouns.
Okay, you get your pronouns back. Otherwise, if you're not subbed, whenever someone refers to you, it'll be like the intro of Kingdom Hearts 2, where they try to say your name, but just silence comes out. So it'll be like, hey, good to see you in chat. And then you'd be like, my, oh, gone.
The
Ow.
time has come, and so have I.
Thank you, Cookie. Woo woo. And that has started a goddamn hype train. Thank you very much. Wait for the alerts to catch up to Mystic. Only does one at a time. There it is. But yeah, hype train. Level 1, 76% from the get-go. Thank you very much. You're not obligated to sub or anything, but I do appreciate it. Anything helps. Or everything helps. I'm currently trying to save up for a little something for Greb, which is currently a top secret project. Which I'm not going to give details for. Did you know that if you have an Amazon Prime account, you get a free Twitch subscription once a month? That's right, consider using your free subscription right here to support our Iggy mate. If you want to. Okay. That took us straight to level 2, so thank you, Raizo, for your resub. Gwa. Cookie, are those goblin hugger emotes in my chat? Gosh, I wonder what artist made those. I bet they're very talented and possibly made mine as well. Is Lizard Booba Luba or Ruba? What? Why would it be either of those? Alpha Lizard, Alpha Reptile? Is that what we're doing? A silicon mold of Greb and casting them in chocolate. No. No, we are not. It is something related to Greb's streams. And it's a little expensive. That's all I'm saying. You can feel free to deliberate among yourselves on what it might be, but I will not tell you if you get it right or if you get it wrong. Greb has always had a lower half. A box to stand on. Oh, that'd be great. I'm going to continue with the game now, so you can continue thinking about it, but I'm not giving any more clues or any confirmation. The murder Miss Hart witnessed.
Hey, Val.
Oh, not even got the game.
What do you think about
selected.
some juice?
Oh, now I need to have a drink as well. I'm breaking my tracking every time I take a drink from this bottle. The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be... Do you not want me to continue? If you're not having a good time, tell me. We can change game. Coordinates of the US Strategic Cheese Reserves. No, we already know where those are. Greb is very familiar. And now I need to save as well. Again, this is why I consider taking away your toys. You can't be trusted with them. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you. Sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tack. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me, and including me getting the line wrong 3 times in a row.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spill my guts already.
last minute of the hype train. Don't have a clue. I don't have a clue for that either. Oh, I just don't have a clue. You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You calling me a liar now? Oh wait, now I'm mad. Real mad.
Stay mad! Sieve, cope! No maidens!
I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know. Faster than anybody. Honester than everybody? Honester?
Honester! Wow, no, that's me. My brain just broke. Honester. Wow, that was embarrassing. Anyway, moving on. A motto, That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. Hello, evil webline. Welcome to the stream. Look, words are hard and I am bimbo, okay? Missed opportunity to say words are hard and so am I. Time to deploy my clue. Can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Yet, surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story.
Well, see.
It seems you're so... Ow. You mixed a head pat in there or two. It seems your so-called information is not credible after all.
Look, there was a murder, and I was there.
Hang on. The head pats are a little low, aren't they? I think I know what the problem is. There we go. I was on Greb's scene, so I was lower down than normal. Yeah, I was on Greb level. My bad. Why? Lower them. Are you okay, Bandito? You doing alright? Boobs? You want to touch boobs?
But there was a murder and I was there. I can even prove it. No.
Well, you can prove it, can you? Get more fan art. It's gonna be of me licking Switch cartridges. Do it, coward, you won't. Yo, those are some prime chest beefers right there. Ah! You can prove it, can you? How?
Got it right. Wait, you heard that? Nah, I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it.
He's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I'll need to use it to maximum effect. God damn it, Panda. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already.
Time to deploy my clue. I know you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Ack.
Dang it all the heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snapped me a photo. Happy now? You better be.
And that's checkmate. Yay. Now I want an animated emote of my big ol' chest honkers. All these temptations, they cost money, you know.
Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened. So it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. You didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too.
The ass physics as well. I mean... I do still have space for animated emotes. I'll tell you that much. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. It was all shouting out bids, and somebody would win something, and bam! Down comes the hammer.
When I point out a Central European language, that's Czech, mate.
Ha 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 ha!
Iggy Memories. Or Iggy Memories. Igoobies? Stop coming up with pet names for my tits.
Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader. And then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. And that's when I ran behind that there statue and hid.
And who was it that eventually appeared?
I didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash.
I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps?
Anyhow, the deal was you settled your bills up here.
Big ol' biddies. God damn it. Iggy Mahonkaroos! Look, if you're that desperate, there is art out there. You know, you can just go, you know, take a few minutes, appreciate that, and come back with a cool head, okay?
I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
Wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend the ringleader. Anyway, yabba yabba yabba, it goes on for a little while, and then, a scream. Oh, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Oh, quit trying to be funny, girlie. Don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist on a lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day?
Dainty?
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got to feeling pretty bad about what I'd done.
In the fan art section? Wait, how far back are we talking? It's not something I've missed, is it? I mean, there is a lot of lovely pictures in there. Not that I'm biased or anything, but you know, I am definitely 100% biased. Oh, from our little frog friend. Yes.
That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. A scoop like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time. And so I grab one real quick from in the shadows there.
Could we see this photograph?
Oh, do I have to? Here.
That's...
Person in the red raincoat. The one who attacked Kay.
So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Why is it shiny? Because I clean my scales regularly and they have a nice little sheen to them sometimes. That's all. Do you not like my shiny booba? You have made a new enemy in web fishing. Look, when I shed my scales as well, which is a bit of a mess, I'll tell you that. But once that's all sorted, that's nice and shiny too. God damn it, Panda. You know what, for that I'm putting my dress back on. That's still, you can still see them though. You can still see the shine. Ah! Putting the punk out there, now you can't see. There you go. Ha! Played the Nia Bell song and 2 players went, you motherfucker. Oh, it's brilliant when you find someone who knows. It's beautiful. It really is. Like, all you've got to do, and you can set off like a dozen people. And proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay. I apologize for nothing. Is it weird that I've tried to press these buttons along with the actual music as well? Yeah, if you don't know, then yeah, you're unaffected. It's just, yeah, you're just ringing some bells. Cool. But if you know, it's like you get the flashbacks. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? I wanted the same thing. There are 2 people, but there's only one in the shot I got.
Make the Drakengard bell song my alarm tone.
Alright, let's do that now, shall we?
Hang on a moment while I get the audio for that. One closing theme. That would be this. Copy URL. Use undisclosed technology to pull audio from YouTube. There we go. Right, I now have the MP3. I'll want to edit that though, because it starts off too quiet. I'll probably want to edit it and cut it to like... Hang on, where's... Show me the comments section. Yeah, 203 to 214, that's what death sounds like. So I'll probably start it at 203 where it's... Yeah, and that will be the alarm, starting at 203. No, you challenged me to do this. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. All right, let me open that up. Okay, let me open up Audacity. Alice has not played Drakengard, but she is familiar of it through me. She is definitely familiar. Okay, now, I'm gonna close YouTube there. 203 they said, so let me pull in, zoom in. Hang on, I'll show you my working. I mean, it's not like this is a complicated edit I'm doing here.
Baby, you know better than to show up here without cupcakes. Alright, you're okay this time. But watch your eggs.
Let's say about there. Cut that, close that, new file, paste. Hang on. Cut to there. Hang on. Got a little less than that. Do a tiny fade in here. This is content. The SpongeBob Bell meme to the Awaken the Gremlin redeem. I guess I could. You miss me? I miss you too, Hermit. I hope you're doing well. I got challenged to make a certain track from a video game, my alarm tone, because people like seeing me suffer. So, hang on. Let me just open my volume mixer real quick. And mute the game. Wait, is that even coming through? Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, you can't hear that because I've got this coming through a different audio channel, which is only coming out to my headphones and not pushing to OBS. Well, give me a sec. Audacity had a freaking update recently. They changed the entire UI, so it's like, oh god. Which one do I want? Hang on, I can just cheat. What audio device is OBS using? Out B1. Okay, output B1. So if I set this to output B1, where does it say B1? It doesn't. In one? Oh no, now I can't hear it. I don't see a B1 here. Cool. This is the problem when I've set up so many different audio channels. I don't know what the fuck is what. What's this one? Nothing. Half of them don't work.
Hey, Val.
Yeah.
What do you think about some juice?
Yeah, I'll have a drink.
Stop slouching.
What if I set it to speakers? Doesn't fucking do anything. Of course, why would the speakers make sound? Headphones? Which playback device works, Audacity? Because apparently none of them. In 4. I have to stop it when I change. You see, if you just let me work and didn't say you couldn't hear it, we wouldn't have this problem. But now we have this problem, now I'm aware of the problem, I have to fix the problem right now, or nothing's getting done. Okay, I can hear it again. I can hear it, but you can't. Doesn't matter. Right, okay, and then we can fade out. We can do a long fade out here. Long fade out there. Zoom out. Clip all that out. Edgeworth suit. There you go. You can hear it. You can hear it in your head. Hang on. Take my headset off. Place it next to the microphone. Nah, it's not loud enough. It's not loud enough. If I'm talking at the same time, you can hear it a little bit, but otherwise, nah. Let me just export this. Hang on, let me just pull this to another window in case it decides to export to a folder it shouldn't, and I dox myself. Export to... Sure, just put it on the desktop. Drakengard alarm.mp3. Okay. That's done. I'll throw it in the Discord. Shout outs to the Discord. There you go. I'm just going to put this in general chat with zero context. So you guys will know. You're here. You have the context. All right, let me find it. Drakengard-alarm.mp3. Wait, if I play it through Discord, can you hear it? Oh, yeah. Lovely. Shaming everyone who doesn't watch? Yeah. Yes, I am. Right, where's my phone? Where the heck is my phone? Did someone ring my phone? I've lost it. Not in my pocket. Oh god, can I not finish the challenge? Because I don't... Oh, no, there it is. Found it. Found my phone. Alright. Let's grab a USB. Plug it in. To my phone so I can transfer files. Close that shitty idle game. Right. Tap for options. Yes, I would like to transfer a file. Thank you very much. Alright, open, computer, phone, alarms, desktop, copy file. Drakengard-alarm.mp3 is now on my phone. Safely remove hardware. Unplug phone. Plug controller back in because it was the closest USB. Right, open my phone. Go to alarm. Alarm ringtone. Do you want to know what my alarm ringtone currently is? I'll probably have to turn off my microphone's noise filter. That probably would have helped you hear the bells as well. Is it even on? It is on. Right. Okay, my current alarm tone. Yeah. Well, I like it, okay. My new alarm ringtone. Challenge complete. Done. Look, I like having hype, high energy music as my alarm. Helps me wake up. Alright, put the game's music back up. Challenge complete. Finally, this audio challenge has grasped hold of the bell. End. It's definitely some kind of energy. Yeah, I mean, it'll wake me up. I can pretty much guarantee it'll wake me up. Just like how I used to wake up to the Sonic the Hedgehog drowning music. Yeah, as someone with anxiety who suffers from panic attacks would not recommend. Did wake me up, without fail, would not recommend. Oh dear. Panda, you don't need to do ! rogue. The bot brings it up every, like, half hour. It's fine. Oh, thank you for the follow. In this massive fricking Drakengard Bell segue. Would? Thank you. I would too. I do. There have been times I've gotten art of a clone of myself. Not Greb. By the way, Greb's... No, out of bounds. Two Iggies, though. The Kingdom Hearts low health sound. I'm not attached enough to Kingdom Hearts for that to work well on me. But usually it's high energy hype music. Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. I'm not a big Pokemon fan either, Gwen. So stuff like the objection themes throughout the different games. I've got multiple objection themes on my phone. Pursuit themes from the Ace Attorney series. I also like Into Free, which was the original theme music from Dragon's Dogma before they took it out when Dark Arisen came out. Love that track. Just hype music, I love it. Iggy and Ig 2. Gosh, hecky. Alright, see you in a bit, but Golden Sun fight. I've only played Golden Sun 1 and only once. I don't even remember the fight music. If it was Phoebes, definitely. Phoebes loves Golden Sun. Right, should we get back to the game now? A chance? Mayhap?
There were 2 people, but there was only 1 in the shot I got. I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room neither. But that's the killer, alright? Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying the victim disappeared? How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Nothing is more badass than treating a woman with respect.
Sometimes I can't tell if you want me to play games or not.
Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh? And the auction just carried on after that? It sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Funny, I find journalists a struggle to understand as well. We all need our jingly keys. So, what do I do now? Participant entered the storeroom one by one from the roof. They also left one by one through the storeroom and up to the roof. It's possible the murder happened in the storeroom during the auction.
Is that it?
I mean, it's the only 2 I've got, so I feel like this has to connect. Maybe the victim left through the hatch as well? Maybe they pulled them out? Glad I didn't lose health. If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well.
Huh? Well, yeah.
But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course. They came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and... Oh.
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Ermintrude, if you would mind putting your skills to work for me now.
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue, a luminol test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, let's say the person in the red raincoat is about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test an area, just press A. That'll spray a little luminol on it.
Oh, you mean that there's literally a reaction right there?
Happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react. It still feels super raw just to see it appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out.
Are you gonna let me do it then, or what?
Yeah, that brought it out nicely. made it feel much more real.
Why would it be only 2 rungs high, though? Were they short?
Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still more to be found. So why don't you give it a try? And that's how it's done.
No, just look at the size of us. We're stood right next to the ladder. Why would you grab it only 2 rungs high? That's not going to help you.
Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol.
Why would you kneel down to climb a ladder? See, I'm giving you, like, this big hook to blame Greb, and nobody's biting. Maybe the killer was short? Maybe it was Greb? Tied a shoelace. On the ladder? No, it doesn't work now, because I've told you. The bit's gone.
You want to test that? It's a negative.
Iggy.
Test the statue?
Negative.
The money?
Negative.
The lift? Aha!
Spray some luminol on any place suspicious.
You don't think Gerb has the upper body strength to kill someone? That underestimation will be your downfall. Oh.
Got a positive. There's blood here.
I missed to say something. Oh, must be a day ending in Y. You've heard of Killer is Dead. Now get ready for Killer is Greb. Ha ha ha.
But how come...
Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say.
Oh, looks like some of it dripped through to the floor below, too.
Are we gonna check the floor below?
There's still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find.
Okay. Nope. Here? Nope. This box? The body was hidden in here. Gerb. It's Greb, not Gerb. G-R-E-B. Don't say that in front of Greb, you'll upset them.
Mr. Edgeworth, blood.
But how could it have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there?
Like the body? Gerbil?
And that's all the blood there is to be found.
Alright, and that concludes this phase of our investigation. Grebe? You keep getting worse. Greebles. This is just a totally different name now at this point. If that's all there is to find, what do I do now? Hidden body, yeah, no, there you go. Just a bit of logic. Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing. That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
A grievous wound! I wonder who won the box in the auction.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way that body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Ought to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arose. And maybe it would have been, if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight, and I ain't no escapologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so can't nobody have put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Are you hallucinating? Well, you somehow forgot the DS had a touch screen, so maybe. Or maybe we're just all petrol burning you.
Slap my head and call me silly. I could have sworn it was, though.
I think we've examined all we can now.
Great, time to see what's waiting down below. Shaking a leg shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender.
We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course. I'll be sure to stay close.
When did those two start getting along so well? Oh my god, it leads right into their chamber, does it? Well...
What?
Mr. Edgeworth! Hi. This room.
This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, Kay Faraday.
You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men! Arrest her right now! Wait, but she's...
As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. You can't do this! This is going way overboard!
Oh yeah, what she said! Your Honor, Grab has exactly the strength it needs to do something funny. No more, no less. And I've advised my client to remain silent.
I just wanted to have a laugh.
Gosh, Hecky. I missed the last line. I'm not. No, it takes a lot of energy to do that. Yeah, what she said.
Miles? This isn't looking good, I gotta say.
I'll put my glasses back on for you as well. There you go. Is that a convincing sound of getting whipped? Back in suit. Yeah, it does also reset my outfit. Part of my abilities, I guess. So what did I do?
You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor.
You weren't aiming for him. You were aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way.
Ah!
Right there.
Franziska.
So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor?
I still believe Kay to be innocent.
And we're supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to an opinion.
Casual. Yeah, no, that's normal for Franziska.
I am Franziska von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end.
My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was.
You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first. And if your road fails to lead you anywhere, my whip will happily guide it.
All references to Mommy should be changed to Mommy. Okay. Mommy's current theory.
The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murderers here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match. Miles Edgeworth, QED. She seems pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a no hard Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it.
I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Mommy. I'm about to pave that road of incontrovertible evidence. Dearie me. Stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit. The identity of the murderer thanks to the letters. And the location is here. Blood proves this theory. Yeah, I got some more blood for you, actually. Objection!
Objection!
I wonder if my noise filter cuts off my objections because I get a bit loud. Did it come through clearly? Let me know. I mean, I don't really need the noise filter at the moment. It comes through, it doesn't. Well, which one is it? Oh, it doesn't get cut off. Okay, okay. The noise filter's mostly there when Alice is here with her packs of crisps. But I have left it on. It will sometimes cut me off, and it does it more to grab, really. Especially when, like, laughing or being loud, sometimes the noise filter just doesn't think we're human voices anymore. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room is located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue.
Murder under the gaze of the divine. A brazen act, even for a cold-blooded killer.
Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, if you would. It's a bloodstain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we've found looks to have dripped through to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from
descends directly to the foot of the statue.
Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She was witnessing a killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling?
Sorry. I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it.
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs.
No, whipped and ignored again.
You're trying to tell me that all of that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else.
As insightful as ever, Mommy. But you've played right into my hands.
How so?
You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why?
A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation.
Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you?
Whoa, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way.
No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom because... the weapon... Oh yeah, no, they pulled out the weapon here. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely.
Exactly. As proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room.
But that doesn't make any sense.
What if she was stabbed in the storeroom? You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Ah! Silence, you half-baked, harebrained rookie.
Hey, harebrained is a little... A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know. When the weapon is removed, right?
Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place?
Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed.
Underground auction?
You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friend.
There's something just beneath the surface. This case. In this case? I feel like we're missing a word there. Frame drops? Really? I'm not reporting any frame drops on my end. OBS says 0. Is that happening for anyone else? It did hitch? That's weird. Excuse me. Just inhaling my own saliva again. Because I'm very smart.
Val.
Okay, well.
Stop. Have a drink.
Oh yeah, add
Stop
more
slouching.
fluid. That'll fix it. If it happened for multiple of you, but my OBS says everything is fine, could be on Twitch's end. But anyway, I feel like there's a bit of a grammatical error here. Something just beneath the surface this case, full stop. In this case. Capcom.
Iggy.
Capcom, you accidentally a word. You reinstalled Outer Worlds. Oh. What character should you play as? Minimum brains, melee only. Do it. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That was your first playthrough? Low intelligence builds in games that have unique dialogue for it, I love that so much. Unga bunga funny. High charisma, low brains.
That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. Pissing their pants in protest. That was one of Greb's very first streams playing Encased. High charisma, low brain. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there's something. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this.
I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know. You did the right thing, Detective. Hyperbolic? Have you been looking at my art again? So am I right, Mommy? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey y'all, mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in white. You! Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in the pain... No good butting in pain in the you-know-what. Yo! Well, this leopard sure ain't changed her spots.
Your testimony is not required.
And neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't... Ow! You're a liar, is what you are. You lied under oath that one time. Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What's she called? A ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Oh, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that... stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain.
Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader.
Yeah, well done. Now, how about we just calm down, sir?
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer.
But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
I suppose it does. Nonetheless, Mommy, I refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth.
Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round.
Mommy's latest theory. Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? The prosecutor's brains is stored in their their badge. In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. They then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabra. There. Does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any. Oh, good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Mommy's testimony to task. Mommy Von Karma? Should it? I was just told refer to her as Mommy. I'm still adhering to the rules of the challenge. Okay. The storeroom is the scene of the crime. That's not a glaring hole. The murderer is someone connected to the auction. I agree. The victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. Yep, just reaffirming that. Mommy Von Mommy. Killer lay in wait where the exchange of goods.
They lay in wait.
I feel like a deal was about to go down. And then they got like double-crossed so they could make off with the goods they wanted. But why leave the money then? Either way. Hold it. You want me to call her Mommy Mom Mommy? How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Objection!
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too.
So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival?
I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings.
She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind... Thank you, Grab. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Mommy? After the auction had concluded. Do I have anything that proves otherwise? Hit the body. Items were on sale. Auction continued even after the murder had occurred. Gotcha! God damn it, of course you quote it. Objection!
Objection!
It seems you're one step behind yet again, Franziska.
How so?
The auctioneer was not, in fact, the victim. And I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. Nah, nobody said how long I had to do it for. Yeah, I'm using that excuse again. I feel like I've done it enough.
Well, if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it.
If it said, refer to her as Mommy for X amount of time, then I would have had to adhere to that. But it didn't. It just... I could have just said it once. And the challenge would have been complete, technically. I just went along with it for a bit because I thought it was funny, but now I think it's run its course.
I done told ya, I'm a journalist, Dagnabbit. My word is yeah. Did I ask you to open your mouth? Double ouch!
Hey,
Calm
Val.
down and listen for
What
a
do you think
second,
about some juice?
Franziska.
Stop slouching.
Drink, thank you. Well, if I can catch you on a technicality, on a challenge, I will, because it's funny to me. It's like a monkey paw wish. You gotta be very specific. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it did. Went right on like nothing had happened at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
How would that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees.
No.
As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then who was the victim really?
Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder,
The victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee.
that's enough.
Oh, I know that sound all too well. Oh, no, it was you.
That's enough. Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Was it you? Is the leader of the committee, the ringleader? Pulling all the strings, mayhap? Because I don't see who else it could possibly be. This is a problem in a lot of Ace Attorney cases where it's like, well, it can't possibly be anyone else here, so I guess it's the new character that did the crime.
Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. All right, Celsius, what are you doing here?
It's your dad, Eustace. I don't think you're...
Oh, I just stopped by to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along.
They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant.
I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started. Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Yo, dude, your lighter. You might want to watch that.
Shut your meddling mouth. You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too. Personally. Sorry, it must be my age. Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you're no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity.
Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals.
Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof?
Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time. The results came back already, my boy. There's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? What? Okay.
No, this completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that that person was the murder victim. And you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
No! Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked, as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense.
You can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent.
But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. You can't be.
Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? You were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer.
Yeah, it's totally impossible for the murder scene to be on the roof. That doesn't add up at all.
This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
No, it fucking shouldn't.
What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Objection!
As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me?
This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this?
Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest.
Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles.
That's like the third time you've done that. What are you burning?
What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
Am I getting arrested?
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You're no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more.
Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although, fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
This court is adjourned.
Oh. No miracle comeback? No last minute witness breaking in to turn everything around? I'm arrested. I'm in jail. Long and hard, like my Pete. April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. I hate to do this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Gumshoe, fire up the Phoenix Wright signal. I'll just call him, sir. Oh, throwables have broken. I have gone unattacked. Come on. Behave. Reconnect. Don't crash. I swear, don't crash. Sometimes it takes a second and it makes me think it crashes every time. Because sometimes it does. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Oh wow, yeah, they've taken everything, except for the pin. Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu pin. I can't help but worry about her. We'd better be treating her well.
The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer.
Come on, let's go. You've got a visitor.
A visitor? Who?
Oh, it's someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away?
No. I'm not sure what to even say to him. Oh, now I'm on this side of the room.
Wait there.
They're leaving me unsupervised?
Forgive the intrusion. Oh, it's Verity. You're not Gumshoe.
Judge Gavelle.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
He doesn't have a sitting animation, they just dragged the sprite down. Couldn't get away with that for Verity, though. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I'd better find out. Okay.
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors.
So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier.
Penda and Ema.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards.
No, you didn't.
You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior.
Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands.
Speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you'd like to know. I figured you'd be worried about how they were all doing.
I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. Let's get to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here?
I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you.
Me?
Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted.
And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth. It is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that. And yet...
I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power. Because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. Once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, my husband, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day.
I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now.
You? Understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see.
Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I'll say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there's one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards.
If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message.
And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly.
They're getting desperate to just get me kicked out, because they know I'm onto them. Back in my cell. The fade out to hide the fact that we can't
please.
animate it. It's part of the
Just have a sip
background.
of water.
Stop slouching.
Thank you. Oh, I'm just in control now, in jail? There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that, due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who were looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? I've barely spent any time in here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar, it's slightly creased. There. Tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special. For a limited time only, add regular white rice at no extra cost. Probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? Be mentally prepared to shit your pants. A very basic bed. Can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. Do I have another visitor? Hey!
Yep,
Oh, thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind. Such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery... I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't.
no, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be.
Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there's no me left to believe in?
None at all? I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. And I dare say you left quite the impression on me. But you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence. And why you should believe in yourself, too.
Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay. She's gone.
Kay, no! You remind me of your younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice. I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? Can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? There's no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait! Oh. Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers, if it's the last thing I do. Mind chess. Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? Not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Tut tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? He does look angry. I'm a prosecutor. No, you're not. I'm a prisoner. That gives me nothing. I'm gonna wait. Suppose we did let your friend go free. What then, What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. Same again? That would be a good thing. Please wait. Okay, but please hurry. We appear to be in a strange chess dimension, and I don't like the way this queen is looking at me. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Oh, you're breaking my heart. Oh, just look at this flood of tears. Spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. What do you mean by that? Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question. But it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. Kay's innocent! Again. I've got a time on this one. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested? Oh, I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. Oh, you wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. I'm not the deferential type. If you're going to insist on being so blunt. I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. Sniffle. I can't live without the... I don't need it. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. So young. So very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Oh, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance. So, now I do this one. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My, you really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are wont to be reckless. It makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Why do you keep burning things? These are too aggressive. Well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter? Scared? Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional, after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. It's the same animation as last time where I had to bide my time. I'm gonna wait again. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. Why not? It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically, sniffle. Miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made.
Hey, Val, take a break.
Drink?
Some water.
Oh, shit.
Stop slouching.
Thank you. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. I had to rush there because I went to pick up the bottle. I was like, oh shit, the timer's running. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I want to make one thing perfectly clear. Pee-pee poo-poo.
I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you?
No.
He's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away.
Oh, we're getting fast music now.
It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking. Make it brief, will you?
Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded.
Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow.
How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law?
My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I've certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite the busy man.
Or are you just pretending to be busy,
That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense?
You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it?
It's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such things.
It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start.
But now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There's plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, these were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say.
But those are...
What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes.
It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Yep, we're not done. I still have questions. I guess who gave the order? Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested?
You know, I can't seem to remember. I don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory.
Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest?
You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really.
I don't want to hear about your son, I want to know who authorized the arrest.
You're very mean. You know that, don't you? Sniffle. The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by...
you? Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you.
All right, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease.
The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. The end game is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. Every time K is innocent is an option. I'm guessing that's always a trap. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled K's arrest. How much stuff do you have to burn on you? But careful. Why so quiet?
I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose.
It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that?
Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. Can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands.
Unnecessary A? You know, cut that out. Am I gonna have to, like, redline this entire script, Capcom? I can send you the fixes.
But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover.
But you keep saying how busy you are. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing K, you know.
You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime.
Did you see where she was found? We've yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct?
That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that.
He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly?
I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true.
Time to deploy my clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner?
Oh, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now, I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake?
Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her.
Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you.
It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move.
Kay is innocent. No, 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 my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Time to deploy my clue. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh. Oh. My, you really are a sharp one.
I'd have thought his beard would have been too wet from all his tears to light on fire, but, you know, that's still funny.
Bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts.
And that's checkmate. Wait, is he just going to admit that he did it? You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it.
There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that always was your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen.
And whose interest does a conclusion like that serve?
The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now, it's really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere, and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. Would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is?
What are you trying to say?
When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere, because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know.
But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened?
You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up.
You'll pay for this.
And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry, and cry, and cry.
I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Kay and the officer left before the mine chest started. Look at all these jobber nobodies and then fricking Gavel on the end. Spot the main characters.
10 members, over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment.
Fair and frank, don't make me laugh.
Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth.
A statement on anything? Oh yeah, the Ace Attorney series is a constant, non-stop statement on the justice system of Japan and how fucked up it is. Always has been.
On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, one Kay Faraday, is innocent of all charges.
Yeah, because they force confessions out of people. Like, physically and mentally force convictions out of people. You get to see a little inside of this during the intro of Persona 5 as well. You think that's exaggerated? No. How they try to force the main character to confess and beat him, even though he's like, what, 16 years old? Yeah, just look at any crime game focused in Japan, unless it's like Propaganda. And you'll see that it's grim over there.
Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by...
Me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor.
The floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
Oh, God.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th.
Thank you, Gert.
We've got to Celsius Winner, aka Daddy the Best. I feel so icky calling him
Daddy the Best. What is his actual name in the fan translation then, if you know off the top of your head? Because something the best.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer.
Blaze the Best? Oh, Blaze because of his lighter, I guess? Blazing? Bullshit blazing? Bucket?
That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room.
Yeah, I wonder who those lot are.
Ringer took part in that auction, I think, yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer.
You deduced nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner?
Like, I got the feeling when we do get him to break down that'll happen, Mystic, but that has not happened yet, so please don't give details for things that have yet to happen.
Yep, yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by... crushing remorse, Eustace. Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. That person was Miss Ringer, I take it. Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact.
BioWare forgot to code AI not stepping to enemy AoEs. What, they don't even try to dodge? Good. IW? Wait, IW? Oh, coding AI is difficult. But Infinite Wealth? I was still thinking BioWare. That's definitely not a BioWare game. Infinite Wealth, you do have more control over your movement, but still, you're going to get hit a lot. They just stand there.
But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's who.
Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics. You put your weight behind choosing Blaze, Horace Knightley get picked. You didn't come up with the names. Oh, you just... Someone else came up with the names. Yeah, you put, like, your confirmation code that you liked it. I mean, I would still count that as having some say in the development. Honestly, the fan translation probably had less typos.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command. Knew it. The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it. I mean, is Eustace still an incompetent buffoon who gets everything wrong in the fan translation? Is that kept?
All right, Miles, I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we?
Okay, so the characterization isn't really changed then. That's good. I have no objections, Chairman Winner.
Oh, now, is that so?
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is.
I thought it would have taken you more than a single night in detention to break you.
Oof. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial. Of course it was! When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee.
Dude! You're literally trying to offer me a bribe deal, like a hush position. How does no one else react to this?
So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
If you think you can buy my silence, think again.
You will watch your mouth.
Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is.
You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it'll make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case.
Really? But, sir...
This will be his last hurrah, so let's humour him with the send-off he desires.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman.
He's that confident.
You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume?
None whatsoever.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. The committee's view of the case.
Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case.
The raincoat was on offer that night? Is that really true?
We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case.
It's Shelley's raincoat?
It should, of course.
Oh no, wait, it was Tabby Lloyd wearing it, wasn't it? Or did they both have a raincoat? I forget.
It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our inquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances.
And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose.
Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever.
You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat?
I'll do no such thing, thank you very much.
Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you.
It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to? Is she secretly on my side? Or are you in on all this, too? Right. Attended the auction as a buyer. The raincoat was an item put up for sale. After winning and paying for it, she left. The only exit was the hatch leading to the roof. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when she was attacked. I feel like I'm with you on this because there's clearly no other way out. But obviously she wasn't attacked by Miss Faraday. But I don't think I have anything that proves that, so...
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had?
That is exactly what we're hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday.
Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in.
If the murderer knew that the attendees would be all leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So, as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked.
The flame went out. We know she died, but it's like, this feels like the key statement. What do I say if I loop? The theories that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing... Oh no, yeah, I know, I can prove the viewing platform wasn't the scene of the crime. Is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Yeah, no, I do have evidence that says that did not happen there. I was too focused on Miss Faraday. Elevator blood. The fact that there's blood on their hands here before they went up is pretty telling. That blood should not exist if what you say is true. Objection!
Objection!
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavelle. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing?
She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious.
Sony patented AI text-to-speech processing to localize game translations. Is that going to be horrible? I mean, text-to-speech just exists as a thing. Like, if they're just using, like, a standard text-to-speech voice, that's tech that's existed for, like, more than a quarter century? But if they use AI voices, generative AI voices, that's where the problem is. That I don't like. Taking other people's real voices to remove work from actors and such. Yeah, I don't like that. If it's that.
Well now, I ain't really an eyewitness. More of a ear witness, I guess.
She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she?
I like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart.
Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it?
According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom.
Just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying Gavel got it?
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
A system that uses text-to-speech processing to automatically adjust scene timing in localized versions of a game based on the audio duration in each target language. That doesn't seem to involve generative AI, then. That seems like if you're using text-to-speech and the sentence takes a bit longer, that the game would account for that and make that, like, camera shot last a bit longer. So scenes don't get cut short if a localized line takes longer to say in a text-to-speech voice. Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct? The issue is everyone's using AI as a buzzword to the point where it means nothing anymore. Because if something's got like an algorithm behind it or some programming behind the scenes, you can just say AI. I could say that this game uses AI to bring up my evidence when I press the button. Because the game is listening for a button input to bring up the appropriate menu. That's programming that causes that. Is that AI? Like it's literally a buzzword. It means nothing. You got to dig deeper to figure out if it's the shitty kind or if they're just using it as a buzzword. You saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did. Clear as day. And with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? Oh, well, this right here is the scoop of the century. Something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was hoping for more of your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket?
Seriously?
That's just my little joke. You don't need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch.
Because it uses algorithms to generate the... Yeah, literally! Like, I feel like a lot of people do underestimate how much programming goes into games. Like, world generation, that's using a lot of algorithms and different kinds of programming to determine placement and such, so you don't just get a messed up world. Like, Minecraft does that, Terraria does that, Starbound does that, all these games with world generation, 7 Days to Die. There's tons of games that do that, procedural world generation. Heck, even Binding of Isaac with its room layout. Everything does it. Eco? Oh yeah, the ecological game where you stop a meteor. I like that game. I like that game a lot. AI controls literally everything. Like, programming controls everything.
Just my little joke. Don't need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? I took one look and I thought that's our pup right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that...
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know.
What do you mean?
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
The thing is, when people say, oh yeah, AI is shit, it's generally in relation to generative AI, which is like a learning not learning really. It's a set of algorithms that needs to be fed data to give back similar data. So like generative writing needs to be fed writing to know what certain words are. So it can then use an advanced sort of basically an advanced predictive text like you have in your phone to just make words that make sense according to what you asked. It may not be correct, but the sentence, if trained correctly, will be grammatically correct. But depending on where it's pulling its data from, you can get back very wonky information which just isn't correct at all, and it does not have the capacity to learn from user input. It was a famous thing at one point where some people were trying to dunk on it by asking it, yeah, how many R's are in the word strawberry? And it would change its answer every time, and then the user would argue with it and say, no, there's this many. And then they'd ask it, okay, confirm, final time, how many R's are in strawberry? And it will get it wrong again. Because it doesn't learn from your input. It only learns from the information it is fed by its creators and people who have access to its information stuff. Which is mostly its creators, but still. And it's the same with generative art. In the same premise, it needs to be fed art to know, and words associated with that art to know what it is. So then when you ask for, like, a situation to be generated, it pulls from that vast library of things it's been fed, and it, like, pulls out key things and throws them in to a new picture, which is why they always look fucked up. But, like, if you look closely, things just don't making sense. Like, some ones that are trained a lot, it can be hard to tell until you actually start looking closely at it, and then the more you look at it, the worse it gets. It's like, hang on, where's that finger coming from? Hang on, where's that hair going? What's that doing? Why does this car have 5 wheels? Okay, but that would be an obvious case, but, like, sometimes lines don't make sense. Yeah, you just gotta look closely. No.
Overruled. Gravel?
Her name's not Gravel.
Mr. Edgeworth, please don't mention rubbing in front of the committee.
Why, I quite like getting a piece of charcoal and taking a rubbing of something.
Eustace, that's... Never mind.
Yeah, things fusing into other things is a common thing. A real dead giveaway is like a smudge of what looks like a signature in a corner, because they steal signed works and watermarked works, and they see that watermark and think that's a part of the picture, so they incorporate a weird squiggle that makes no sense and can't be read. And it's like a mishmash of like 10 different people's signatures. Generative AI, yes, that is the problem right now, because it's basically a plagiarism machine. Even when it comes to writing, a lot of written works can be taken without permission. There is a lot of public information available. So, like, if it was pulling from, like, Wikipedia, I guess, but Wikipedia is not always a guaranteed source of accurate information. Always check your sources. But then there's still the issue that I'm not fully aware of, because it's not my area of expertise, of the power consumption. So I was saying, like, even in an academic sense where it's only pulling from textbooks and, like, encyclopedias to provide information for the answers to questions. And at that point, you've just made a search engine. So... So what's the point? You might as well just use Wikipedia at that point, rather than invent this whole new thing which serves the same purpose. It's all utterly pointless and shit.
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
Objection!
Unrelated? You can do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's? You kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey, and my name ain't Lotta Dang Hart. But did you hear them clearly? Well, can't rightly say for sure, but...
I can't rightly say nothing, and you know it. They was using voice changes, I done told you all that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder.
Yes, I'm sure a conversation that happened in the room where the murder took place right before the murder took place is completely irrelevant to the case. Yeah, that makes total sense, Verity. Thank you. What? A conversation between the victim and the murderer right before the murder, no bearing. Nah. Thank you, Mystic, for awakening Greb, and thank you, Venture, for resubbing. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth.
It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel.
Nonsense, Verity's the best of us, my boy. The very best.
And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. The blood?
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed. She told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand. No doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. This picture tells us that the victim... There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wound she had sustained.
What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound?
I mean, if it's like the artery on the wrist, it's not that hard. The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she had used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here.
Oh, well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it?
It very much would. Not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds.
That would have been quite the coincidence.
It's a textbook's case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd
Val,
say.
stop. Have a drink.
Stop
Thank you.
slouching.
You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that or pretending to not remember it.
What? What fact am I forgetting?
I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery.
Dad, Gavel works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job.
You really are a total and utter embarrassment.
I'm not.
I hate to break it to you, but you both are.
Go to it, Gavel. Put Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish.
What you're forgetting?
Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in its chest.
And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a free-armed candelabrum. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Hang on. Now, Edgeworth will have to... Make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. What? Why? Why weren't you listening? Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections. Oh, come on! Why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't. Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop, for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough. What do you mean, Dad? Oh my god. How do you have this position? I mean, obviously it's because purely of your dad, but it seems like even your dad doesn't want you here. 3 wounds in the chest. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a free-armed candelabrum.
Hold it!
And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that. Hang on. Yep, 3 stabs. May have been the murder weapon, judging by the wound on the chest. Cause of death, 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. There's a prominent burn mark. We've still not figured out what the burn mark is from. I wonder if she tried to cauterize her own stab wounds. But no, then she would have... If we're to assume the candle holder was still sticking out of her...
Iggy.
Fingerprints and blood found on the hood. On the hood? Only the hood? Rebuttal is often when you make an ass of yourself. Fingerprints and blood found on the hood. No holes in it. And no blood on the inside of the chest area.
None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hertz's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact. The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. That's what I call a flawless victory.
I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings.
What about my findings? You can't just ignore them.
If the cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered. Yeah, the raincoat.
He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. And do something, Gavel. As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Maybe she... What if this evidence isn't right? What if this evidence was also planted to make it look like she died of 3 stab wounds here? What if she received a different stab wound that she survived from, possibly attempted to cauterize it and burned herself, and at some point later was stabbed through the heart, killing her, and then possibly stabbed a 3rd time to make it line up with the candelabrum, which was then planted. That's what I'm thinking so far. So I'm going to present the raincoat here. Objection!
Objection!
Chairman Winner, You know what this is, of course.
The red raincoat, that's right, isn't it, Verity?
Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old ground here.
Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavelle. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found?
Of course, they were found on the hood and... No.
What's the matter, Verity?
The hood and... Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat?
No, it was not.
Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest.
Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she'd been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case?
Let's say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. Wouldn't that contradict... Hang on. That the fact that the head injury was post-mortem, I suppose. Because we always... We were on the assumption that when the crime scene was in here, that she was stabbed and then she fell, which caused the head injury as her head hit the ground. But now it's the other way around, it changes everything.
That's quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence.
Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction of the order of the injuries... Wait, the contradiction the order of the injuries revealed.
Take that!
The coroner's findings. This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem.
The order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is...
Exactly the opposite, yes.
Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close.
Yes, Your Honour. I'll go fetch her at once.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately.
Good.
In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
A dwarf speaking to a Quarian? I think you're getting your BioWare games mixed up a little there, Mystic. Kunari, that's better.
Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter?
We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. But there's someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's... Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know.
What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad?
You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Winner himself. Shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast Capcom, to cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please.
I think the good chairman might be in shock.
So what if I did? Capcom, I will show up to your offices with a dictionary.
I feel like they may have done an automated spell check and just thought it was fine, because so far most of the typos have been typos that were just other words, or the omission of words, rather than misspelled words.
So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much? Where's your proof, You've no witnesses to speak of. Your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on?
He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center. And yet... They probably did have people doing manual checks as well. But it is also quite possible they were under tight time constraints. People do make mistakes, especially when it's a large volume of work, such as an entire script for a game. Especially when that game's a visual novel. So, I don't want to say they're incompetent or anything, but I'd say it's more likely just an issue with like trying to meet deadlines or crunch, or this had to be out the door on this day, so we didn't really have time to check it all. I've not heard any stories about if they were rushed or not, or who even handled the localization, or if it was like an internal Capcom team, or if they outsourced it. I don't know. The only information I have on hand is there are a lot of grammatical errors in this script. So I'm just making guesses. He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal.
People say that CGI is only ever bad if CG artists weren't given enough time. The Sonic live-action movie comes to the forefront with that. I also heard something interesting lately, and I don't know if it's true, that the reason so many quote-unquote live-action movies of things like Sonic, Lilo and Stitch, Little Mermaid, etc., that the reason they're all pushing live-action is because something to do with it being primarily live-action means they don't have to get union animators or CG workers. So they can save money by fucking over non-union people. I don't know if that's true. I just heard someone say it. That is correct? Oh, wonderful. It always comes back to money, doesn't it?
I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself.
Visual effects and not animation, which has a weaker union or no union. Right. So, yeah. the reason we're getting all these live action movies is because movie makers don't want to pay their staff. Or they want to force them into unreasonable hours. You know, the kind of things a union would protect employees from. He has a lot of nerve, acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have keycards to the room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. No, that's right, Mr. Winner. Surprising. The auctioneer is a member of the committee. No! What on earth is wrong now? I thought we were on the same page for once. What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands.
Oh, you did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation.
It's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10, given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total.
Well, it certainly isn't me. It can't be the chairman, can it? Whoever it is, speak up right now.
Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You have accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst.
Iggy.
Gavel is a committee member, Gurk?
It can't be me. I don't have a distinct character design.
But there's no preparing for what you're about to face.
Know your place.
You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit.
Honestly, there's probably a fairly similar disparity in the actual Japanese legal system, Gurk.
How can I, when that was barely a testimony to begin with?
That man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay, nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead.
But
don't believe in yourself. Believe in me, who believes in you. I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. Argue every little detail. Well, yeah, I kind of have to. The order of the victim's injuries, some other things you don't remember. It's all irrelevant. Suspect said she did it. That's all that matters.
Hold it!
I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy, but critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be here on trial.
Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you?
Hey, that got me nothing. She said she did it. Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Objection!
Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? I'm sure she'll just say she did it again.
Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position.
I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her.
You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know. But fine, ask away, on one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed?
Really? Can you do that?
Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing?
Yes, dear boy. You aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she's officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, it sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself.
Yeah, one that would never hold up in any real courtroom, but sure. That's it. You just declare her guilty just like that?
That's the gist of it.
It's a big risk. But he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something.
Kay.
Yes?
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Stop slouching.
Thank you for the drink.
Save me!
Oh, save. There you go.
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I'll be of help to you. Sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you.
Who in the chat is siding with Excelsior, Skirt? Because I don't see what you're seeing. Everyone from the start's be calling him a shit dad.
Just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. Criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust.
Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never. Because this is who you really are.
Take that!
You're the great thief Yatagarasu. A noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill.
Can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No. The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you?
No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop, I'm begging you.
So that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the Kay I know would have done.
You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay!
What's wrong? Did you remember something?
Oh, it'd be like some cliché movie plot if she did.
A cow. Eh? Sumimasen? What? Excuse me?
A cow?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details?
Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow? Thank you for the raid. I apologize that the alert doesn't go off for raids of 1 because I have had issues in the past with bad actors, but I hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome to mine. I hope you had a lovely time.
I remember now.
Okay, feel free to tell me all about what you got up to. Love to hear it.
The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, you're doing some Hearthstone. I hope you had fun. They turned you into a marketable plushie, Huey.
And this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony.
Objection. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is
new and highly relevant evidence.
Objection. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Now that it is against my interests.
Addled? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details. Did you not? Are we to call the validity of her memories into question? Then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action?
Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then.
I think she is on my side now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Oh, throwable's broken again. Alright, time to try and fix it again. There you go. Fixed. You get a freebie. To make it up.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal?
I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Wait, that's... Do you know something, Gavel? No, it's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look over it more carefully. Oh, it definitely is missing a horn. It's not like it was not intended to be there.
Left horn's missing.
This hole. It looks like that's where the horn would have gone.
That doesn't look like stuffing in there. So what is it?
Let's take a look at the rest and see what we can find. Does this come off? The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of the stuffed toy.
Oh, look, Mr. Edgeworth. It moves.
It does? Eh?
Sounds like sand being crushed.
It would seem there's a recording device hidden inside.
I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge.
Could this be the moment of the murder?
Someone made a recording of it. Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard, sure as eggs is eggs.
Overruled.
Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you. Them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? It's gotta be when she got got. Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible.
We need
Valerie. Water.
water
Stop
again.
slouching.
Thank you. You're really on the ball with hydrates today. Yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. But what do eggs have to do with anything? I think your mind is scrambled, boy.
デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ。
Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred? I can point out the burn on her hand.
The coroner's preliminary findings, how do they prove anything?
Indeed, what shows the voices must be from the time of the murder? Prominent burn mark.
Take that!
Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand.
And what of it?
According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
Overruled.
I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder.
In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one we hear the most.
That still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female.
Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. Hi, Fora.
One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was.
We can say something else now, too.
And let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Do as you wish.
According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, 2 people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. Miss Ringer was the killer. She killed Miss Ringer. No, the ringleader was the killer. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim.
Hey, Gavel? Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy.
If they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer.
Overruled.
A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive.
I'm fully aware of that, Your Honour. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer.
Then please hurry up and show us.
What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? Blood in the room, I guess? Because they would have ridden the elevator up together after they won a bid, right? Elevator blood.
Take that!
It's not.
I did a boo-boo.
The ringleader was the killer. There's something they would have wanted to hide.
He wishes to believe your assertion the ringleader was the killer. We will need to see some evidence to that effect.
I understand, and I'm about to show you just that. Traces of blood inside the clothes box? That was placed on the scene. The ringleader being the killer. Them hiding the actual scene of the crime by placing all the blood in the committee chamber? That makes more sense to me. Because he said, what is something they wanted to hide? The fact that they committed the murder up there so they could then deflect who actually committed it. Yeah.
Take that!
The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought that the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom.
In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct?
Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same.
And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name?
The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee.
Yes, yes, and you suspect me, correct?
As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise. That should hardly be a surprise. No, that should hardly a surprise. Oh my gosh. That should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, You're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever.
Clean up all these typos.
Unless you've got something to share after all.
Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? If I did, it would have been presented already. I don't think I do. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing.
Oh, well, Miles, my boy. Time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours.
Wait, dang it. I just remembered something.
Did you have amnesia too?
Nah, it just done came to me. A flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. He'll show them how wrong they are.
Fine, let's hear what the witness has to say.
How is he, like, not inciting so much suspicion from his fellow members with how he's acting here?
You heard the chairman, Miss Hart, if you'd be so kind. Well, all right then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
And don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name.
Colour me officially worried.
So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. The thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. I had me a look back downstairs right after that.
No.
How wouldn't you know it? There were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again.
How?
And you're sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as sure can be, your gavelship, and so with my own 2 peepers. So, 11 before the murder, and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's the thingy?
A contradiction, Eustace, do try to keep up.
Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
I done told you already. They carried right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for it wasn't nothing much, but...
What is it? Hydrate again? I need to piss.
And it's your fault. That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there has got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer.
Party, party, best day ever.
That's the bunny.
Party, so much party, party till you drop.
I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? Could it be what struck her on the head and thus was not used afterward? What, don't you, Huey? You know, you don't find it relieving? Do you hate pissing? Are you an anti-pisser, Huey? Thankful head pat.
If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Talk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
See, Mr. Edgeworth, there really was nothing we could do.
Must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I need to think. If I can't, Kay's...
Alright, kids, do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on...
What? One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. The coroner, who was supposedly on their way and still isn't here? Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. Allowed, hold it, perhaps.
Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat.
Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains?
Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir.
That's... What about with a witness, Your Honour?
What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes. Ow! This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had. Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya? Of course, we summoned you here to confirm something.
What is Judge Gavelle up to?
Dr. Hertz, this court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grammar doesn't make mistakes, ever. That's strange. What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? It's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I'd know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. And that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say.
Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Oh, wait, for the record, I didn't do anything to the report!
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story?
Why do we even need to? This is pointless.
I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much.
We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, ow! We really don't have time for this.
Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is.
Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer.
And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. And that is where we're going to wrap up for the night. We've already gone 15 minutes over. Right before this crucial testimony, we're going to wrap up. And this will continue next Monday. I'll bring up the schedule and everything, bring up social links and chat. If you're watching this in the future on the YouTube VOD, All the links that I'm putting in the stream chat are located in the description beneath the video. Thank you for watching.